Unmuted? I think we are. Yes. All right. Got a mess here to clean up, but we're going to get through it, get it done. Oh. Man, I do not like these little things. There we go. Message pinned. All right, time to get going. So just refurbing the laptop. Got it done. Wanted to see what was possible with it, and to my surprise, we got Windows 11 to run on it. Even though it's an older computer, we need to do though is do a clone of the drive real quick, and then I can put it back together. Ooh, what do we got in chat? I gotta pop that up so I can see it. It's tiny and small. Yeah, somebody's streaming. How you doing? How you doing, brother? Welcome in. Time is it over there? I don't have my watch on. No GMT to calculate from on it. Two here, you just around 3. Yeah. You know, sometimes you have to go do things a little earlier. All right, so where's this hard drive I just bought? I bought a used hard drive off of Marketplace. We're gonna give it an actual test and throw it in and clone. Actually, do we even need to clone? Did I do any work to this? I wonder. I think I just basically installed Windows on it. But since it's installed, we'll go ahead and clone it real quick and then get back to putting that thing back together. Shouldn't take long. We got hot swap enabled. Or hot plug enabled in BIOS, so we can plug these drives in with my desktop on. And let's see. The seller said that this drive works. Don't care that it's an old one and it's only an 80 gig. It's just going to be a basic computer. Actually, should I clone that one? Or that one? Yeah. Losing it. Well, let's clone it and see if it works. That's the main thing here. So we'll clone this disk and let's send it over to the 80 gig erase, and then copy partitions, shrink, extend to fill. All right, we'll give it a few minutes. There's literally nothing on that drive. It's over here running on my desktop computer. So we'll see if that thing will complete. No, this computer's old. I'll show it on camera here in a minute. No. What is it? An M.2 or is it SATA? What type SSD do you have? Just curious. What do you got? Is it a SATA drive or like M.2 SATA, like NGFF SATA, whatever you want to call it, in the M.2 form factor? Or is it NVMe like M.2, which is a little faster? All right, so clone going. Maybe I can set this off to the side without much hassle. Bought a new battery for it. The old one sat so long it refuses to charge. Tried every method I know to wake it up, and it was not able to be woken up. So abandon hope on it. This computer is an actual mess. Let me get a chat window open so I can see. I'm gonna move YouTube. I'm gonna swap YouTube with Twitch, their positions on the computer here. That way I can see one over the other. Because the one, we get people there sometimes. That's where we want to get them, ultimately. But you know. All right, so this is an HP. We'll flip over to it. A guy that was helping my wife and I out at our house has a laptop, and the screen got broke, and he didn't want to sink a fortune into it. So essentially, I bought a screen, and we're gonna do what we can with this laptop. And I don't want to say it's pointless. If we cover that, does that brighten that? Let's adjust that exposure a little, even though it's shiny. Trying to help this guy out with the computer. Where are the drives? Are they in front of my tower? Oh, right in front of me. Damn. So anyhow, we're putting a screen on this one. There's a few things wrong. We're going to do a screen on it, and we're swapping out the old slow mechanical drive with something we had sitting around the shop, and used SSD to try and help him out with his computer. However, we're going to have to let him know that if anything happens to the computer, recycle the drive and possibly recycle the screen, because we're looking at a very cut corner computer. And this is some of those this is one of those computers that I highly advise against buying. And reason being, here, let's take a look real quick. Let's do a comparison between the HP that I'm about to work on for a family friend versus this much older Lenovo. So comparatively, side by side, when we look at these, and I'll get back to your comment here in a minute. We got a couple things going on. So yes, we only have one RAM slot. I don't know if this board has any RAM soldered on board, but we actually have a heat spreader with heat pipe, fin stack, and a cooling fan. One RAM slot, it's DDR4, DDR3. We actually just have an aluminum heat spreader. No fan, no heat pipe, no fin stack, and then the edge of the aluminum is painted black. And if I'm not mistaken, let me look at this. Let me find the bottom of this laptop. I don't even think... Oh, no. Okay, so they do have a spot on the edge of it for it to radiate a little bit of heat, like passively let heat come off of this thing. If it's going to transfer that far, I don't know. We could check it with a thermal camera, but yeah, this is essentially one of those computers with cut corners, man, and that's just, they don't seem to last. But you know what? This is what he has, and if we can make this work, we'll get this. If not, we'll see about helping him out with a different laptop. Anyhow, what did you say? Dell M.2 PCIe Gen 404 class. Yeah, those drives aren't that expensive. I don't know what they cost there. Let me look. Let me look real quick. I'm going to pull up a tab. Did you see Gen 4? So Gen 3. Gen 3 is $61.99 for Gen 3. Not the best drive in the world. They're pretty cheap team group drives. You can find some of the Crucial drives are very good, like super good quality. I'm just trying to look online quick. So Gen 4, $65.99 for a Crucial P3 1 terabyte. That's that's in the US though. Yeah, I know they're costly. Send me some money, I'll buy one and ship it over. I don't doubt. It seems like everything is costly, especially if you don't understand the currency of what somebody's working with. Anyhow, we have the mechanical drive cloned over to an SSD. It's one thing of note. And now we're going to see if we can get this thing to boot with the screen. It needs a screen replacement. So let's try and do something with that. Also, we have... Let me look here now. Let me look. 1, 2. So we have 3 missing screw holes that we're going to try and transplant. I don't know if we're going to be able to super glue or what. So we have some repair work to do on the corner here. Awful work doing that. I think I did save some of those parts possibly. If not, we'll grab some screw holes out of another computer and see what we can do about getting some in place. Don't have high hopes. It usually doesn't hold. It's better to get a new palm rest. But first things first, let's see about getting the screen to work in this. Went with a good replacement. So let's see if that replacement works. We got to get it out. So far, so good. It looks like it made it in one piece if I don't break it trying to open the packaging tape on static bags. I don't know why people do it. Fuck. Yeah, see, do that real quick. Check out a... Damn. Did that... I wonder if this... Did I buy used? I might have bought used to save some money. I don't know, but it doesn't have any protective cover sheet. That's kind of worrisome. But as long as the picture's there and it's not scratched, I don't think we can really complain too much. Also, this was layered in here weird. Worth noting. Yeah, if it was only a thought and I started saying it and didn't finish it, look up, see what a Crucial P3 1 terabyte cost for you over there. Kind of curious. And convert that over to YFD, Yankee Freedom dollars, when you get a chance. See if it's about the same or more or less. Kind of want to know. Almost $250. Is that almost 250 in your money or my YFD? Oh shit! Let me go change my display again. Got stuff I can't see. Suffer volume on offer promotion your channel. Everything is in your hands. You don't because settings go to Streamrise. Yeah, thanks. Nah. But thanks for the offer. $250 in YFD. Jeez. I'm pretty sure I could send you one cheaper than that, man. All right, so we'll test this first. If it pans out, then we'll double tape stick it down. For right now, I'm just going to kind of toss it under these because that's how it was layered in there. And let's see what happens. We'll get this laptop over here, do a Franken build on it quick. Just literally going to hold it up with our hands and power it up quick. And then try to finagle some screws back together. Your screw holes back into place. There, we made it in there. We just need DC jack, power supply, and I believe we should. Okay, that's going to have power running to it. Yeah. No time like the present to test out a new power supply, right? Let's see if it's HP compatible. It says it is. Let's find out. Added 250 more and you can get a ticket. You can get a ticket to come over and order a drive. Nah, just have somebody order you one. That's crazy. The cost of the potential cost of things. So just to hold that DC jack in place so we're not ripping anything around, I think we will press this hinge down a little, possibly. It is powering it. That's good. I like that. We can see charge. Actually, no, we don't need it. We got to yank that back up. We can't lift it. It's not screwed together. Let's find out. Okay, so we have a display. That's good news. Let's turn the light off. And I think a name's going to come up. No name. All right, that's good. An email's there. Let me grab the pin code off my phone so we can log in. I want to do a cold, or not cold. First time booting the SSD. I want to do a restart and see, but I need my phone to grab the pin. Where would it be? Where would it be? All right, let's try that. That's what I got. All right, we're pinning in. this email will be good to go. Alright, we made it to a desktop. The fuck is stabbing me, man? That is sharp. Made it to a desktop. Let's do a restart. This is going to be an Alt and a F4 thing. Man, this keyboard is like almost toast too. Something wedged under it. So we got quite a bit of crap to do to this thing, and then a PS4 to get to. I don't know. Yeah, go check it out on Twitch, Coco. Not a bad thing. I'd like to move people over there. That'd be great. Alright, so we're doing a cold restart. Email's going to come up again, so I'm going to have to block that. Just try not to have anybody's info appear on stream, which is always fun. And I think this thing took ages to start up with a mechanical drive. It's at least somewhat usable. So I just hit the pin. We're going to see how long it takes to switch over. It's at least somewhat usable with an SSD in it. Not the fastest solid state drive, but it gets to a desktop instead of taking ages and ages. Let's go ahead and shut it down. Shut down. There we go. All right, we got a key to fix and a key to replace if we can find one compatible. 3 screw holes, and then we can rebuild. And I got to check the status of that clone. I really wasn't trying to. All right, we're off. Wasn't trying to work on this thing today, but we do need to get it back. Clone. All right, clone completed. So the used drive I bought on Marketplace panned out. Cannot complain. Let's throw it in. I think it may be a little. I think it's a SATA 2 instead of SATA 3. But as I said, if this thing works, I can get it out of the way quick. So we're gonna go that route. Sorry for jumping around, but it's just some of the stuff that you do. I think that would go there. Or am I mistaken? No, I would have to go the other way. Yeah, like that. All right, light is back. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this drive And what is chiming? That thing is going off, man. That's uncomfortable when you're trying to do something and your phone keeps dinging. Alright, so they won't match, but the drive will at least be mounted in place. And get this laptop together and get it out the door. Oh, that was you chiming around? That's fine. Yeah. It's weird because you know what I mean? I don't know. You're trying to do something and it's like, do I need to look at it? You're like, no, but then you kind of like think, yeah, maybe I should. You know, especially when there's kids involved, you kind of have to stop and check your device. But not. I mean, I don't mind. It's just not uncomfortable. It's just weird when it starts chiming and dinging. All right, refurb laptop. This one had to get some surgery. We transplanted some screw holes. So the two, sorry, let me zoom that back out. The two main screw holes on this Lenovo that clamp the bottom case to the palm, like the palm rest, the bottom case to the top case, and clamp over the hinges. The bottoms were broke out of them. So I broke the rest of the screw hole out, snapped some out of another, out of an HP case, got them to the right height, and then super glued them in, put like a paper ring around it, and dumped more glue in just to beef up the glue a little more. Kind of kept it retained to where it wouldn't block it from going back together properly. It also has a semi-permanent battery, so we need to install that. And then we can start really putting this computer back together, get it out of the way, off the bench. Not have it clogging anything up. I mean, I guess not semi-permanent. It is permanent, but what's permanent, you know? It's screwed into place, so you're not taking it out, but it is externally accessible, except you have to tear this thing apart to even do anything. Yeah. A lot of spare cable in this battery compared to the other one as well. Yeah, I don't want to say distracting, but it's just, I don't know. But yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. going to swap from that over to, if I can find it, got it, something that will give us a little more torque on those. I'm going to try and move these few things along and get them closer to off of the damn bench to get back to that PS4. I want to get it out of here. I didn't have US or HDMI ports. Now I do. So time to work on it. But we need some room, so this laptop also had another surgery a few years back, and it's just kind of been sitting on the shelf since then, or in a drawer, and I will show you that in one moment. So these had not an impossible to find, but is that gonna thread in, or are we missing the screw hole? What's the score here? It does hit it. It's just a little, we might need a longer screw to get it. Let's take a look here quick. Oh, right. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta pull the bottom back off this quick and do a little bit of cleanup. All right. Oh, my mistake. At least we're not that far in. What are we? 6 screws in. That's easy. We have to clean up the one screw hole. It needs to go a little flatter. Or it isn't lining up and didn't click in place properly. One of the two. We'll check it out here and see what's keeping it up. Because when I checked it, I thought it went together fairly nice, but possibly it didn't. No, it's well, we got to remove some material, so I suppose we'll do that. Next time you're gonna try Twitch. Time to head to bed. Yeah. Good luck, man. Get some sleep. Rest up. Got work tomorrow morning. I'll text you in the morning. Yeah. Certainly. Give me a text when it's your morning. I'm sure it'll be some oddball time for me, but I don't mind. Are you gonna rip the cables out just because you're not a factory battery? Sure feels like it. There we go. All right, carefully fold this thing, remove it, and let's try and clean up. So it was this one giving us trouble, right? Yes, this one was a little bit high, so we're going to take and clean it off. We need a file to do that. It's going to be tough to get in there, but I think we can do it. And if we have to, we get the Dremel out and clean it that way. That's quicker. Phone call. Nice. See who this is. And finally, whew, talking to people. Phones, crazy. Not my favorite thing, but must be done at some points. All right, so we've managed to clean up a little bit of this. Who knows what's going on, if there's anybody even there. Silence can kill a stream, but sometimes you have to talk to customers, and I don't want to broadcast somebody's voice unwillingly out to the internets, the Googles. So just doing a bit of cleanup on this, just to take and lower it. I got it as close as I could to the right size. I don't expect that it's going to be perfect, but this one needed lowered a little, as well as this is the one that was really not wanting to clip in. So I've just been kind of working on both of them, taking a little bit of material off, trying to not ding up the edge of the laptop. So we'll continue to clean this off a little and see how it fits here in a moment. We have quite a bit of thickness where the screw hole mounts. That's the other thing. So if we can clean that up a little and get this to clamp together a little better and everything lines up, can't complain. Let's check the status, see where it's at, see if it's willing to go together any better than it was. It is really, really getting there, and I don't know what is holding it up right now. I don't know if it's the screw hole so much, because if we create a gap there, all that's going to do is bust that screw hole back off. So one thing we can do, okay, so we have the Kensington lock. That could be one problem if the glue went up over in one spot. We really got to check that out. The Kensington lock is there, and where that will hit is right here. So if the glue went up a little high, we need to scrape that down to make room for that Kensington lock to sit there. We could cut it off, but don't think that would be a huge issue. Looks like there's plenty enough room, and the glue did not rise up too much. No, that's going to be fine. Let's hit that just a little more. Fucking hit. Fuck. Love when that shit's unavailable. Alright. Test our fit again. Throw this in here. Just kind of let it go together. And let's see if we can wind a screw into this corner. That's kind of the main thing. I think it may work. Screwdriver. And it broke the screw hole as soon as I started to tighten it. Let's see if it dropped. Did it drop out, or did it just crack? It didn't drop out. So we have some crackage going on. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a spacer back in there. We might have cleaned a bit much off, so we'll throw a spacer in. Two if we have to. Doesn't make it fun tearing apart, but as I said, this is a shop computer, not a customer computer, so I really don't care. But regardless, it still needs to be off the bench. All right, let's do that. Have all those? Yeah, that's the right screw. So with that, I think that was just a bit of glue that cracked. With that spacer in there, it kind of is jumping back up and not closing up like we wanted to. So let's get it the heck out. Just try it again without anything there. Is it easier to replace, replace your bottom case? Yes, it is, 100%. But I'm not going to replace the bottom case on an old computer like this. So, kind of just a little project. Hopefully, don't shatter anything opening this up. It did not. So let's continue. Battery cable, and we need the 3 screws that hold this portion of it together. We did miss one component here. Take and slide our drive in. What the hell is up on the screen? Oh, geez, yeah, 7 hours. We're good on that. All right, it's together. Stay together. Don't break anything apart when we 4D close, please. And that's always a risk whenever you have the screws out that help hold the hinges together. And that's also why we need to do this repair. If this owner of this one, family friend that owns this red laptop underneath wants to use it, opening and closing it is going to create a big problem when you have 1, 2, 3, 4 screws that are part of the hinge and 3 of them broken. It's going to shear that other, or snap the plastic and break that other screw hole in no time. So That's about all we're getting out of that. I'm not going to crank that down crazy stupid tight. Get our 3 keyboard screws. I'm going to put the rest of the screws in this and get it out of the way. And where are we at? Where are we at? All right, let's find out. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too bad. Not any real gap there. I mean, potentially a little. We'll see if we can close it up some. So it's going to be so hard to get this to focus that close. I don't think it actually can. Let's see. We'll touch the screen and see if it can. It might have got it. So we have a slight gap, but that's literally the limitation on how close I got the screw hole, like within range. So, and the other bit of surgery that happened on this laptop, you can see right there. So we had to drill this out and put a bigger DC jack in it. For the longest time, DC jacks for this were not available unless they were I could never find them unless they were a direct pull from a computer that had gotten broken, and they had the smallest DC jack on this model. Like, no joke, it was ridiculous in size. The DC jack, it was smaller than one of these, like the end, as far as that's a fairly small one. It's like one of the super tiny Asus ones for their routers from years back. Yeah, ridiculous in size, and would always break. So solved that problem by putting a bigger one in. Let's see if our battery actually has gotten charged up, and we'll test the power out. Power. Yeah, we have some stickers to peel. That's okay. Updates are underway. Nice. Very nice. %, there. Keep your computer on. And battery-wise, where are we? 99%. Cannot complain. That's better than 0% of the old battery. Does brightness work? Oh, so you don't even need the FN key. We're going to have to switch that in BIOS. I can't be holding Alt FN and F4 to Cheyenne. Nope. Not a hope. That's going to be switched in BIOS because I use the Alt shortcuts too often. I don't mind holding FN for functions like volume, brightness, but yeah, just having to hold two keys to hit the F4 key or any of the other keys that I use. Nope. We're going to nope right the hell out on that one. And I believe I said in the beginning of the stream why this was such a shock to me was, well, let's go here, I suppose. And just take a quick look at this. And actually, it's going to bring up the same thing. I don't know why I went to control panel. We could have went to settings. So this is a Core i3 5020U, 8 gigs of RAM. And if we do the Windows R and type in WinBur, we can see that it actually natively installed Windows 11 22H2. So that was right off USB media. Didn't get it through the updates, but it does have TPM. So a little bit ahead of its time for how old it is. I wasn't aware that you could install Windows 11 on a 5th gen mobile CPU. That's cool. Another Windows 11 laptop for the shop that we use for a few years, and it will definitely have outlived its life. It was, what is that, Windows 8? I think that's a Windows 8 sticker, if I'm not mistaken. This is a 80QQ or a Lenovo IdeaPad 100-15 IBD. So, you want to know how old that is? It's old. Old, but it works. Now on to the other guy here. This poor guy, man. We got some work to do here. We got 3 screw holes to fix, and we can essentially put it back together, then get to work on the keyboard. I kind of don't want to do this, but at the same time I do. Let's pull this heat spreader up and see. So I know for a fact I don't have anything for this model HP fan-wise heat spreader. I don't think I do. If I did, I would put it in, but I'm almost certain that the jack for the fan is going to be missing. And the battery is probably, yeah, the battery's only a 3 cell. The 4th cell is missing. So it's not set up. He would have to get a different battery to have any type of battery life if we added a fan into this. Yeah, okay. So circuitry is there. We could put the jack on there for a fan. Almost certainly that's an AMD mount. I'm going to take a look real quick. Give me one sec. Okay, so not even close. I don't have anything remotely similar to that mount, and it would legit be a super tiny little heat pipe with a fin stack that would go there. As far as I know, I don't have anything. Just take a second, quick glance. I assumed it was longer than it was. Yeah, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, all the way around. What is that? Maybe that gives me hope. Not really. I'm going to say not a chance. Not a chance. No, the mounts are way too wide. Way too wide. Fan is the wrong way. And heat pipe is not near long enough. But just for comparison, let's just take a look and see what's what with it. Call me curious. Because it actually has the right mount for the fan, or the right header for the fan, the right, how do I want to say it? Header socket, the right plug that would solder on there. But almost certainly, this is not going to work. Worst case scenario, we could put a fan in, cut some slots, and all the idea here is to try and make it last longer. But you know, don't get these super cheap computers; they're not worth it in the end. We could almost cut a hole and put a fan under that if we could get one to mount. But as I said, our mounts there are not big enough. Heat pipe is literally, what are we talking? From that being something that would work. The mounts are in the wrong place, obviously, but it's what, 2 inches off. Not enough room to be able to move it back. And even if we could, we're still in the wrong spot. But yeah, worth a shot, worth looking at. Not possible. Does the fan fit there? That's the other thing. Of course not. There's a mount right there where it would go. All right. Fantasy over. No way to secure it. Not going to happen. Is that same stupid mount? They do that. I wonder why they do that. Never know. Never ever know. All right. Screw hole time. We checked it out. I suppose while we're in here, let's give it some new thermal paste. That's about the best life we can give this thing, aside from ordering the proper fan, the correct cooling unit and fan that would fit a similar model, if they make one. Because when you have different processors, even in the same model line, sometimes this mount area changes. So is there compatible? And I don't know. I don't feel like doing the research, and we're not going to order it and delay this job any longer. But fun to look at for a moment. Do we have incoming? I heard a car. All right. In and back out. Let's take a potential look at how the hell we're going to fix these screw holes, because I don't have a clue how we're going to do it. What's the idea? How are we going to fix them? I don't want to do glue or hot glue, which that's the quick, easy, dirty way that, will 100% fix them. But that may be the only option, unless we're going to take and pull our power switch out and find a couple screw holes, cut these ones off, and put new ones on there. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see if we have anything that'll work. What is that, HP brand? So we're talking HP. I think we're looking at, yeah, literally all the wrong pieces. Is that monster? Ooh. I forgot that thing was here. Alright, so we need some of the screws from this thing. I just want to check the threading and make sure if they thread in here, which indeed they do, that they will thread in on this one, and we may transplant a few screw holes after all. But then that's going to require letting it dry, but then we can, that means we get to move on to something else if we have to let stuff dry. So, we're going to need 1, 2, 3. They're all broken badly too. And if we chop that one out, it takes down the supports for, so if we remove that one, it takes down supports for the support for the DC jack, like the little sidewalls to keep the DC jack from flopping. I really don't know. But we do need to get them in there. So let's say we do 2, and then we'll hot glue 1, or at least do 1. Because right now, as it is, we have 1 anchor left, and it is starting to crack itself. So we'll do 1 anchor in here. 1 there. What a mess. I hate doing this shit, but it'll get it done. Never cut toward yourself. Let dummies like me do that. Goddamn, what have you missed? I don't know how long. What have I missed? How long have you had that up there, Mr. Chris? Nothing really. Just put back together a computer that is a shop computer that I had here. That I was very shocked that Windows 11 would install on it. It's a Core i3 5002 5th gen Core i3. As far as I was aware, 6th and 7th gen was the minimum, but this one has the laptop had the right TPM 2.0 and UEFI capable. So, and now I moved over to this computer that I'm working on for a family friend. He helped me and my wife out recently at the house with some work, did some heavy lifting, some other stuff for us. So, trying to keep his hinge that has 4 screws and only 1 remains, keep it from breaking completely. Bought a screen for him and cloned his slowing down mechanical drive over to a spare SSD I had in the shop. This is going to be like a free of charge type thing because he helped us out. Didn't charge us, so going to help him out. For right now, I'm just trying to harvest a screw hole to transplant. So you kind of caught up to speed on that one. And if you heard most of that before, I just repeated it all, and that was a super repeat. Well, then sorry about that. All right, we got to move the HP as we got to get. We have to do a little more to get these screw holes out of here. So let's get this shit out of our way. We'll put him over here, and I think. If we get a hammer out, we can potentially pop that off of there. Easy enough, I think. We're going to try. Mechanical drive out of the way. Sorry, we'd have better luck with a straight blade rather than the one from the side. Let's see if we have an old straight somewhere laying. God damn, we do, but I don't know how much faith I'm going to have in that thing. Holy shit. Well, let's try it. Fuck it. What's that? It's broken. Gathered another couple SSDs too and still can't get them detected on the flip. Oh, look at this. What is it? 640 G1. Okay, mine is not a 640. Mine's a 440 G1. So slightly different models. But let's see what this monstrosity is out here on the front counter. So this is something that was in shop. I hate jumping around on stream, but you know, whatever. Get out of there. So here we have an HP 640 G1, and I did a clone of this drive over to another drive, and it worked flawlessly. So my 440 G1 works, and you said, what did you say, 640 G1? I swear this has to be the same laptop you have, but is that not what we're talking about? The same notebook, right? 640 G1. So, and the clone works marvelous because the guy who is picking this up, yeah, I hear you. He was inquiring about SSDs and whatnot too. So, all right, let's try and shoot a blade into ourselves. Worst case scenario, stab ourselves really bad. All right, one screw hole. This one doesn't have near as much support around it, but it is the same height as the one we just harvested. So we can clean him off of here, hopefully. That will be this one here, right there. And then sand him down a little to have it mesh in the red case better. And we have Acer, an Acer Aspire E1 510 2484 to thank for said, what's it called? Said screw holes that we're harvesting. Another thing that we might want to take a look-see at real quick, we'll move this mechanical drive, is let's pop this down here. I'm going to lift it up carefully and take a look at our keys and the way they mount and see. Oh shit, no, there's not a chance. Those are the wrong. What key is it? Control. So it's the Windows key. So and it's not a square key. But the other keys are square. I think I have one of these keyboards here. Let's look. We'll see. We're going to find one of those keys quick. We have one key we have to replace. And the mount's there for it. That's a square Windows key. Let's find out if it's the same mounting system. Possibly not, but we'll find out. So slides down, locks at the top. Even if it goes on upside down, I wouldn't complain about that. Not too much anyhow. We just snapped something. So we found a part of the missing screw hole there. That's good. Chances of this working slim to none. It needs the catch on the bottom. And I think the mechanism's broke. That's probably why the key came off, and it's not even the same size. Tweezers. So no, the pegs are there. Where'd that key go? And it is wide enough. It should be able to catch. It's the right type of key. Just the mounts might be mechanically in an off spot a little bit. Yeah. So it's the exact opposite type. But what we may be able to do, gonna have to go get. Quit snapping and popping, please. What we're gonna have to do is we'll grab the other part of this key assembly, the butterfly mechanism or whatever the hell it is, and see if it's a possibility that it will hook. If it will hook, then we can install it. Because it's just a slightly different mechanism, that's all it is. These things are absolute nightmares to put together. I hate them. Alright, so we have that rotated backwards. If we flip it 180, it should go. Let's flip it over quick. And granted, I know you can't see this up close, but who really wants to deal with this aggravating process? So we'll 180 that and see if that makes a difference. Yours isn't working. Hey, I don't know why yours isn't working. Mine worked first go round, you know? Well, not mine. This other guy's here. His worked first go, so I cannot speak to your troubles on why it's giving you so much trouble. Okay, let's find out if this thing is ready to scissor the right way yet or no. Nah, maybe. So the key would lock on those, and then, oh. Alright, figured out which way it goes. So we have it the right way. We just have to tuck this end under, this end comes up. This is probably the part where we break one of those little pegs off and have to go rip another key off of that keyboard. Alright, he's in there. We're going to quit snapping plastic here. Let's flip this over and see what the possibility of getting this key to mount. If there's any, none, some. It's going to look goopy, but what the hell. So it is a similar mechanism, just not the one that we want. We got to find out which way it lines up with the key. So is it that one or the other end? Alright, so we're going to start unhooking this from here. Never fun, but like I absolutely despise messing with these mechanisms. But if we can get this one to mount on there and let this key mount and be centered, because it mounts in a slightly different spot. They're all a little different. Keep that in mind. We'll have Windows key on here instead of a little thing, and the idea is to get it off without breaking it. That's also the main goal here. Alright, very good. Trying to keep these facing the same direction so we kind of know which way it goes together in case we have to put it back on there. Let's get a microscope out and just take a look at this, just to see if you've never done this, the finickiness of this is aggravating. Aggravating beyond anything else you can ever imagine. It's super aggravating. And when you can see, that's kind of helps, but also can be a I don't want to say burden, but just come on. All right, let's try and look at it. So ideally we want those, if they'll line up, to clip that top piece. And that is not going to be easy, but we'll try it. So it's slightly off. That's why it doesn't just want to snap down in there. Slightly different size. We'll see if we can make it work. And then this end, this is where I think it's going to really... It should snap down over that. Sadly, it's not, though. It's just because it's the wrong key assembly. Let's try and put the bottom on first and then snap the top in place. Let's see if that matters. For the record, I don't ever expect that this key is going to work great. Using the wrong mechanism on it and everything. Yeah, no, that's a definite negative that is almost guaranteed to not work great. All right. Here's where we're going to try some modification. I'm going to lift up slightly, and lift up slightly, and see if either of those gave enough room. Get this thing to go in place. Sadly, we'll probably have to do the same to the top. That's also split. That's not good. Let's move the top as well, and then we'll give up on this if it doesn't happen. So we're just going to put our tweezers under and just give it a little bit of a shove upward. Same thing here. So there's part of it. There's part of it too. Let's do that. Let's bow that out and bow that out a little. So part of why I don't want to latch is that width. We'd have to clean that up, bend those out more. Right mechanism for the key, and the key would be centered based on the mechanism. However, it's got a little bit of rub to it there, so we still got to clean that up regardless, or shove these out just a hair more. But it's dangerous to do that now because of the pegs being locked in there. Anyhow, let's lock the key on and see if it centers. And with it being too pressure fit like that, the key would certainly almost All we can do is test it. We'll see if it engages, or is it always typing, or is it typing because there is travel on the key. It's not perfectly centered, but it is on there, and it's not even meant for this laptop. So we made something that we had work. Let's pop back over here, and we got to get back to that PS4 job because that is clearly, what is it? PS4 OG power button. We got that solved, remember? And then we have the loose HDMI port to resolve. Let's flip this guy over and look. We do have parts of screw holes. And again, I don't know where it goes, but when you try to glue these back together, they almost always never work. That's definitely it, though, huh? Is it? So I think we're gonna hot. Excuse me. I think we're gonna hot glue. Where is it? I think we're gonna hot glue this outer one. And even though we have the piece for here, we're gonna chop that one out and chop that one out and put two new, rough the surface up a little and put two new screw holes in all together, just to hopefully hold it together. So let's get busy on that. So we have to take this blasted thing back off of here. Non-cooling piece of crap. Oh, sorry, passively cold piece of crap. Let's see how much. Yeah, a bit much on the thermal paste. That's all right. So we can move our DC jack. Let's get him out of the way so we don't do any damage to any cables. And we'll flip our power switch up out of the way. That's the other thing. We got to remember to not chop the mount for it out of the way. That'll be a bad thing. So we have to kind of leave that. Let's work on this now. So we have a little retaining wall type thing here and a clip. We're going to have to take part of it out in order to get the right angle to get in here to replace this. Alright, so we have it started. What we're going to do is flip, because our blade's angled only on one side, and we don't want the blade to keep burying itself down and go shoot through the top lid or top case. Excuse me. So we're going to take and flip it this way, and that should keep it from going through. I'm trying to show this. How can we show this at the same time? Well, we'll spin it around. You can kind of see it. I might try to stay out of the way. It still might want to bury itself. Yeah, it's bending and bowing. I think the only way to fix that, yeah, is manual chop the whole way. No fun. Yeah, let's actually work under the scope on this one so we can get some finer detail of what it is we're whacking out of the way there. Drop down. Bring it back up. I fucking knew it. Oh, I knew it. I knew it before I even started. I thought it. Yes, it's true. Thermal finger, thermal glove, favorite pastime. Let's clean most of it up. And that way, whatever we happen to spread, we can always put more on there later. That way, it'll be very minimal if we start touching stuff. And back to it. Let's, no, we need this crap out of the way. It's going to be tough to do, mainly because I can't stand the blade up without having the scope high enough. So we got to go back to eyesight for a moment. We'll tune back in a minute here. We might have a shallow enough angle on this one to be able to just push through, hopefully. Let me look at the chat here as soon as we cut that out of the way. I think that will give us enough to go in and attach some screw holes. It's not super flat. I mean, it's flat, but it's not like, a piece of glass flat. We could spend a little time cleaning it up. And I think we're not going to press our luck and try and burrow too deep on that. That will give us 2 screw holes transplanted, hopefully. We got some trimming to do to make them fit. A little bit of trimming, a little bit of cleanup. So we have 3 the same heights. Oh, that was the power button. Okay. So if we can get them to the same height, roughly, we'll be good. We'll have room for some glue. And we got to make both of them fit in that space. That's going to be the tough thing, cramming both of these in there because we don't have all the webbing and everything. And there's also the fact of having them in the right spot. That's going to be another key factor. Right spot, flat. let's go ahead and trim up this other guy. We're just going to trim away some of the support webbing that's too long and obviously in the way. And let's give a quick file on this just to give it some type of scuffed up surface instead of a complete cut. All right, so we're in roughly the right area. Now we need to get it to go together. That's going to be the tough part. Let's pick it up and lay down our display and everything. Now, the big question is we got to find everything that screws into those. We know those go to, I believe, a Wi-Fi card and our passive heat spreader. And we at least we're going to have one. So it will be a black type screw like that one. We need to look at the bottom also to see. So there's only one, we're going to have one long screw that goes through in each corner. That will be that one that's still there. And that one. So we have that and that. It's not going to be fun. I wonder, are they really going to be short ones? Let's look. Let's see what we have. It's one thing I've always hated. Is taking something apart and then coming back to it days later. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll have 8 long screws. So let's count these out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 2 other ones that there's no way. Well, yeah, no way in hell they'll fit in there. That would go down through. So we're going to have 1, 2. Those are all for the display. Let's put the display part back together. We know that works. Let's eliminate those screws. So we're going to work backwards right now. The kind of screw that we're looking for is essentially going to be, we're going to need 1, 2, we're going to need 3 more of this size. And I don't know that they're here. They should be, but I don't know where they are. So we'll have to move a bunch of stuff on the counter to find out. If not, I've got a whole bin of screws. There they are. Found 2. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna have 1, 2, 3 on that side, 1 and 2 on this side, and then it had a big one, right? A very broad head but small screw, like small shank, very short, that went down on this side. And then we had 1 for our power switch, but that's under this bracket. So we have all the screws we need. 1's trapped here, 2, 3, and then 2 for the other side. All right, fair enough. Let's put the display back together like I said, just to eliminate those screws, less shit bouncing around, less in our way. So wire goes in, looks good. Let's clip this. What the fuck is under there holding that up? That should not be up in the air like that. Is that plastic? Did something jump under there? It did. That's, hey, we found our other screw hole. Glad we did not try to screw that down. Let's get that the hell out of there. It's actually like this one was just snapped off, but believe me, when you try to piece these screw holes like this, let me show you. When you try to take broken screw holes such as this and it's already cracked and put them back in place, plastic already broken off, they almost always snap instantly. So the best bet, replace whatever thing has the missing screw holes. Replace the whole unit, the whole piece of plastic, or best case scenario, get some good CA glue, good epoxy, and cut the whole screw hole out and transplant a whole new piece of plastic with your brass threaded part in. Screw hole, essentially. Or nut, whatever you want to call it. Alright, that looks way better. That goes down. Just to be safe and hope that there's not some tiny little piece of plastic in there, we're going to lift this up, pry this up, and see that there was a couple pieces are in under there. That's not fun. This should lay down real nice now. Yeah, you don't even have to press to get it to go down. Perfect. Alright, let's put our other remaining screws in there and continue on this path of, can we break it? Can we break it worse than it was when it got here? Alright, bezel. Who got the bezel? It's almost like there's something laying in there. It's popped up on the edge. Let's go in and pop it back loose and take a look. We have something laying in there, something off kilter. So it's where it took a hit and broke it originally. It has a bend in it, so we need to, without bending the screen, you can kind of see it right there. It has that warp in it, and where that is right here. The metal's popped up pretty good, so we're going to take and flex that support backwards. And then when we look at this edge of the screen, it's not stuck out. The bezel isn't looped out real bad now like it was. So that part's solved. We'll clean the residue off later. For right now, make sure our screw holes are out of the way. We'll give a little cleanup to get all these parts out. We don't want them laying under the lid. Under our top lid, scratching it up worse than it potentially is. We'll just get some of the big debris out of our way. So I know I got the goopy job on the screen. I want to get to it. We're going to try like crazy to get to it. Glue a couple holes and then move this thing off to the side. And then get the PS4 on the bench here. Give me a moment. All right. With the bezel on, that should help that sit in a kind of proper place now. These two screw holes are not the same exact height. We're going to see how the hinge sets down. If it does. So that one's broken loose. We're going to hot glue it. And then the other ones, one lines up perfect, the other one not so much. It may take a little bit of work to get it in place. There they are. Yes, we need that whole thing to shift. But the important thing is the hinge is going down. So if anything, the screw hole that was high, this one here was high, and the other one's low. That just leaves room for glue. What I don't know is if we can screw these two in place, kind of, sort of, hopefully, and lift the hinge up with them screwed in place as they are. Yep, it tightened down. That's good. And let's see if we can get this one to land as well. And it did. Now, if we can hinge that back up and get it to go back in place without breaking anything, that's going to be great. Like so. So we need to get some glue under there. And this is the part that I don't know. Can we see if we can press this down? Is it going to affect the power switch? It looks like it will, so we're going to have to do some trimming on only one of them. So let's go ahead and lift the hinge up and trim out of the way what we need out of the way. Man, that's going to be a big trim. It's kind of misaligning. It might work. Let's see how these fit on this side. Everything lines up. We'll go ahead and attach these two, and then we're going to flip that up and get some glue in there. The bad thing about throwing glue in there is you don't want to get it all over the power switch. That's where the job can go extremely bad. Another thing, if you don't know, laptops, at least PC laptops, most of them have triangles where the screws need to go. So we have triangles here and here, a little triangle. Also on the motherboard, white triangles pointing to where a screw needs to go. So white triangle. Anywhere that a screw needs to go through something, usually a triangle pointing at it. So that would make this one, there's no triangle. That's where the one comes through our bottom case. Go ahead and put this back in. And I don't know, just getting those to stay. I don't know if it's going to work. Also, I'm debating now, should we just put another screw hole there? I don't want to cut in where the sidewall of that DC jack goes. I'm a little hesitant about that. So possibly we'll hold off there and just hot glue in that area to try and hold that grommet in place, or whatever the hell they're called. All right, this is it. Let's get the one glued. I think the other, there's not much of a gap. We can probably get it to hold. Let's put our power button back in place for right now. Just to make sure everything's fitting right, fitting how we want it. Power button in place. All right, CA, let's grab it. CA glue time. If we can get enough to hold and let us get take the screws back out after it sets, then we may do some epoxy later. I'm not certain. This is extremely crazy repairs. I normally don't do these, but this guy does not want to sink any money into this, so we're going to try and build up glue to hold these screw holes. I have done this quite a bit. I just don't, if I can help it, I prefer not to do it. So we're going to throw just a dab of glue on here, one on the other one. And first goal is to get them to stick. If they stick, then we try and delicately take out the screws. If that works, then we build glue up around them. Got a piece of metal here, go past it. Let it be known now that this one here is most certainly not going to get any grip. We're essentially missing almost the entire screw hole, like from around the edge of that. But we'll revisit that. Let's clean up what we can. We're going to gather up the screws. I think it's safe to say we can put new thermal paste on and get that the heck out of the way. What do we have here? What do we got? God damn. We empty on this one? I was hoping not. And we are. Alright. Fair enough. We are. It's a little blob. Using something a little thicker than last time. That stuff would have got heat to it and then cold and been okay, but we're just going to use something a little bit thicker. I don't think this is going to be resolved on today's stream, which is fine. We will. I'll visit on another if I have to. The main goal is to get it done and get it out of here for the guy. But screw holes take some work when you're transplanting them, so I don't expect people to hang out and watch that for extended periods of time. Nothing new in chat. Perfect. And we have a DC jack that can go back in once we get the screw hole stuck. Wi-Fi card. Can we potentially just put that in, even if we have to pull it again later to route cables, which 100% we will. The board is in. We'll go ahead and screw that in place. It's one less screw to keep track of. And I think the only ones we have left are what pass through the bottom case under the feet and through. Yeah, under the feet, through the bottom case, and through the bottom case where they're exposed, which should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see if reality agrees with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Yeah. All right, let's gather those up and this for the glue. Give me something, give me anything to put these in. Wow, yeah. That'll work. Screws, optical drive, battery power supply, All right, I'm gonna spend a minute here gathering up stuff. We gotta put some tools away, only to get more tools out, of course. But it always helps to clean some up. All right, PlayStation 4 time. Not sure what you are. You look like you could be important. Put you on the magnet. Mike die is the word. Shall we? So when I looked up and read chat was, I'm not familiar with tearing these drives apart. The rollers look like they can definitely use a clean. Now, the question I asked was, if I take these two screws out, does that let this bottom assembly drop off? And then I can pop those rollers out, or do I have to get to those rollers through the top deck here? Does anybody have the answer to that? Mr. Chris, can I just pop these two screws and that drops the bottom off? I don't want to break anything, but I'm not one to meddle with the drives. Let's try these two screws and see what happens, right? I mean, that's a thing. Learning, right? Oh, get the fuck out. Is that really it? Is that really it? All right. Tell me something I don't know. What the hell do I clean those with? Because they look pretty grimy. Like, this one's a little dinged up. What are we going to clean those with? Water and washing up liquid. What do you mean, soap? Some of that bubbly? No, before I do something extremely dumb, let's see. Do they match? They do match on both sides, so either one will fit that little gear. All right, water and washing up liquid? What? Oh. Yeah. Well, we're not going to get any soap out, but we are going to just try some water on it and see what happens. See if water and a microfiber cloth, a little bit of dirt on it. Nothing's going to hurt anything too bad. Let's see if this can kind of clean those up. Too hard? Yeah. IPA on rubber coating? Yeah, that's definite. I got a can of gasoline or petrol out in the car. You think that would mess with the rubber? I think we're all good on that one, right? I'm not trying to put any pressure on, just trying to let it roll through there. Honestly looks better than what it did. I mean, don't help that my gloves are filthy, but, you know. None of that while we're in here. I might give a little dusting to the stuff. Set him there. Let's move on over to this one. Get some new spinning rock juice. Floating orb. Oh, sorry. Floating pizza. Water. Yeah, whatever that was didn't look good. rubber does not want to spin freely either. At least on that one. Let's check the other one that we just did a wipe on. And the rubber does not want to spin freely. And I think some mild soap would not be a bad idea. And may revisit it later on if it has an issue taking the disc in. But for right now, we'll be all right. Let's do it. Now, so the big gap goes in the middle, the little one goes to the outside. Let's get the gear. Ooh, yeah, that's... Well, how do we stop that? I didn't picture that. Okay, like so. And then we have this little dog bone assembly, or CB joint, kind of like an axle type thing. I'm going to say it's really hard to keep that from moving, but we got it. All right, let's put that lid back on. We'll hold on here. We can all use a good dusting, definitely. Use something that's not too stiff and abrasive. I do not really want to hit the laser. That doesn't seem like the smartest of ideas. That side's special, man. I don't think there's a whole lot to that. All right, learned something new today. 2 screws will drop the bottom deck off, and we just have to figure out how to monkey it back into place. Is it, there we go. All right, not too traumatizing, I must say. That actually worked way better than I thought. All right, main attraction. Let's grab a board out. Make sure. I think I have some of these. Pretty certain that I got more. Who are you? That's PS5. You are... Who are you? Xbox One. So we do have some doubles and we have some singles floating around. From what I can tell, that is our culprit, right? Well, no. He's a little different. Let's see if there's one that matches. Or these may be made slightly differently. Let's check the double. So what I don't have, let's see what's in here. All right, it's definitely not. Definitely not you. That's the port. This is definitely for an OG or a split top, whatever the hell you want to call it. Just doesn't. It's like it's missing a little tiny leg. They avoided putting one extra cut in it. But these just could be bad ports. I will concede to that. Anyhow, let's work on getting that guy off of there. It doesn't look like it got shoved in. So, I mean, is the port bad or is there something else? Because I did get display for a second. Oh. All right, it's been a long time. What troubleshooting can we do on this HDMI related right now? And we want to go in and look at this thing with a scope. What do you got, Mr. Chris? Bit of Tachyflux will help grip the disc. Yeah, we'll mount some flux on those rollers for sure. Contact cement, something, you know it. We're not here. We're not just here fixing. We're here playing. We're experimenting. What's the consensus on? It had display for a second and then didn't. HDMI port first. If that fails, then we go further. Yeah. Of course, boss. Shaking the bush. I'm still here, boss. I'm shaking the bush. It honestly don't look bad. As they said, it did display originally and it just stopped. So, oh, there's a loose pin. Look at that. Loose. No, what do we do? We didn't do no damage. All right. No damage, just throwing tools at the board, you know. All right, so let's get back in here and focus on this a little bit more. Is this really a matter of one pin popped loose? If that's the case, I say it's getting soldered back down. I mean, look at it. It's literally... Do we want to change a port? Oh, fuck. What do we want for this? Do we want the micro pencil? I think that's going to be the least damage on this if we use him. All right, let's find out. All right, throw some flux in there. Get our get a little bit of leaded solder on our micro pencil and see what happens. See how bad we can cobble a 1-pin reflow. Everything always turns into extra, and do it over, we do it right because we did it 3 times type shit. So yeah, we'll put a good bit in there. Can't go wrong. I'm trying to think, what do we do in this instance? I think we spin our board. Let me get my board prop. I have a yeah, that's cool. If we don't have to use a port, we don't. All right, so I have a prop to angle the board, and that lets us just like get in there and see a little better with the scope. But we still got to get the scope to that area in general. Where did we pass it? Yeah, there's the neighborhood we want. That one there? Yes. So I'm not touching anything yet, just flowing that down a little just to get a look. All right, let's clean this iron off and try and get in there. We don't even need all of them, but we're going to have to pull that out. That's all right. We're going to end up with a few bridges for sure. Don't mind. And now we got to go the opposite way, which is never fun. Spin this board. It's a bad thing about ankle tips. Not only ankle tips, but just you run out of runway. You know what I mean? We're like 2 to 3 pins shy. And just grouping up. There we go. Did we get it? Let's give it a quick clean and see what the situation is. See if stuff's hopping around. What's going on? Is that a bridge? Yes, that is. We're going to have to change that. It looks like one anyways. Let's get in there and poke with our tweezers quick and see what's what. See if it is, isn't, what the story is. Definitely not good. I see solder coming off of that. So we're going to have to hit that and try and pull that back out to the end here. Everything else looks pretty good across there, I'm going to say. The only thing is right there. That is 100%. Let's get the tweezers down at where we can actually get them in here. Right. Yeah, let me flip them over. Right there. Between both pins kind of going out. I don't know that it's bridged. Looks like it could be. But we don't want it there. Little solder balls, whatever it is. Going to try and go in with a blade quick and see if anything can be pulled out of there. Let's see. Yeah, no. Nope. I think my pointiest tweezers were the ones I had in my hand. Possibly not. Let's check these. We got a better point here. Nope. That. Snapped off. That's probably the best one. And we still can't get in there. Alright, let's try and get it with the iron. Well, it either ran all the way back under or melted inward. The IPA definitely made it jump, that's for sure. What the hell is going on here? Flex it up and hold dry iron until it pulls it. Yeah. Phone just went off like a crisis happening, so I'm going to check it. Yeah. What'd you say? Say fucks it up a little bit. Yeah. I'm trying to get some focus on there. Wind her back a little so we can see. I'm pretty sure it's good, but we're just going to hit it with just a tad more. Clean the iron off. Like I said, I think it already ran away. The IPA made it hop out of the way, but we're going to just run across there quick. All right, test time. Let's test. Let me get the iron untangled from the camera and flip back over. Sleep. Very good. Very good, my friend. Go to sleep. We'll give a good clean on this quick. If we got the juice, we got that one. All right, a little bit of that out of there. Frankenstein test. Just slap it back together quick. All right. See what's what. Man, I hope that's it. That would be that's gonna be my luckiest, easiest HDMI port ever, if that's the case. Would completely explain a wobbly port. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, it's loose. It's yeah. Would definitely explain that. Let me get a brush quick. I'm not going too in depth on this. The extreme discount on this thing. So we're gonna do the quick run and gun with a submachine gun once over service. Man, look at that. Lovely mess. Okay. Where's the shit go? I think something goes there. Let's put something in that pocket. Square peg, round hole. Doesn't work. There we go. Is that it? What's happening over here? I can kind of look at chat a little bit now. There is, for the 1,000,001 people watching, there is a link posted at the top. I do stream on Twitch as well now too. My one friend / mod that was here earlier asked about if I was going to move over to Twitch. I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. I need to be in shop a lot more if I plan to do something like that. As is right now, it's a one-man band, and I do the shop, I do road calls, I do virtually everything. So it'd be kind of hard, I think, to have a super consistent schedule, which that type of streaming would require. But we'll see. It could be fun. But I do stream there. If I'm streaming here, I stream on Twitch. So go check it out. If you're on Twitch, give me a follow there. Did I dummy that one up and go in the wrong spot? Let me look. I did. Did I? %, I did. Goes here, not there. We're going to have to give this ribbon cable some type of refold, unfold. Hopefully get it laying flat. We'll tape it if we gotta. What else do we need here? What else do we need? We need a fan, right? So let's try and give this a clean off the bench. I don't know if we have anything that'll work any better for that. Let me look here. Well, this is just a nuisance just as well. All it does is it'll wedge in there better. But it's still not really stiff enough to take and knock off that caked on shit. Hopeless. Hopeless, I tell you. And I think we honestly need this. But, you know, well, we'll see. Hold on. Oh, right there. There. All right, we gotta rezone these animals here. These unaerodynamic inhibitors. We're gonna have to rezone all of them. So. Look, I tell you what, we'll put you over here. You might get a friend later, all right? Just hang out there for a while. Yeah. No, that's pretty good. People don't go turning me in, all right? Very few animals were hurt during this stream, okay? Like, just some of them were still squatting despite our best efforts. So, you know, what do you expect? We told the ones that, you know, they were getting rezoned and they had to leave and they left, and the ones behind squatting, you know, just saying. If you want to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs, you know? That seems reasonable. Especially for 2024. I mean, come on. All right, so here. Here. And here. I will probably 100% assemble this tomorrow because I'm going to test it, and if it works, get out of here. And if it doesn't work, well, you know what? I'll continue it tomorrow. One thing, I have a few more of these, and these things are great if you're going to be messing with a lot of thermal paste. The MX wipes or MX cleaner, they will clean up thermal paste unbelievably well. But in our case, we don't have much, so we're just going to kind of crumble it loose and then clean this up a little bit. You know what? I've never tried it on dry stuff. Actually, let's do that. They stink like crazy. You open it. If you don't bag it up to throw it away, you will smell it for days in your space, wherever. Let's try it on dry. Yeah. And let's hop on over to the CPU. It does leave a residue, but as soon as it hits, it starts softening, which is kind of cool. Like, look at that. The stuff that was all crumbly in here, it even softened it up, just getting a little bit on it. It's not perfect. Obviously, the bigger the chunks, the more work you're going to have to put in, but excuse me, let's take our plastic and knock a couple little hanger-ons out of the corners and go back in, hit it with this. Don't know what this stuff is. It reeks. It's great for cleaning up thermal paste, and then I just give a little clean with IPA afterward. Has a residue that reminds you of what is it? This shit. If you've ever wiped anything with any type of Goo Gone, Muck Gone, goo and adhesive remover, and it leaves that shiny, citrusy smelling residue. Similar, but stinks like chemicals instead of citrus. Not bad. I can't complain about that. Want that little bit out of there. Good. And let's get a couple swabs and hit this with some IPA. We'll clean both up. Don't know what that stuff does if you leave it behind, so we're going to make a pretty good attempt at cleaning it up, at least where thermal paste is concerned. It does break it down really well. And what are we looking at? Which way do you go? seemed like a lot of flux around that. Like it had been. Is that a repair? Did people replace the network ports on these? Is that a thing? I don't think I've ever seen it. Not saying it can't happen. Oh yeah, thermal. Right. My fan is plugged in. Let's run this up through this little spot. And get him where he goes. And then I believe we can flip this, right? Plug in some ribbon cables, the Wi-Fi cable. This could do with dusting out. Let me mute this up. We're going to hit it with the airline quick. I'll be right back. All right. Well, I think fan will spin, no problem. And let's see if we can get it to go. Oh, it's the power supply. Get it to go to KVM, right? Flip over to it. Should work. Let's hard drive. There we go. There we go. How many seconds behind is it? Ha ha ha. All right. I'm going to flip away from that for the time being because I don't. I guess. Well, no, it's going to come up, but it should come up with what? That it was welcome back to PlayStation 5 or PlayStation. Press the PS button to use the controller. So let's sync a controller to it. I'm going to loop it out to my KVM quick because I don't know what data, what is, what isn't, what's showing, what's not, you know? So we'll send it out quick to my KVM instead of the screen. Grab a PlayStation controller. Is it there? That one will possibly work. There we go. We have display. All right, so as far as I know, we're on guest. Pop into settings. And here we are, me playing around in the settings of a console yet again, and I don't understand shit about them because I don't play them. Sound and screen has to be it, right? There we go. What is that? Resolution automatic. No, I don't. I guess the best we can do is 1080 because that's what I'm capturing at, and then all the others. But it was set to automatic. HDR. I don't think. Nope. Yeah. Of course, the capture card doesn't support HDR. Anyhow, that's good. What else do I need to do here? Test the slot. Yes, let's do that. What do I have? We got something extremely stupid here that we can throw into it. I can't guarantee it plays. But you know what? We'll at least put it in there. Let's hit back. And see how smooth it either does or doesn't take it in. Here's the disc slot, right there. Oh, man, that's taking the disc in fine. Let's go back over here and see. We should get a pop-up where? Somewhere close? All right, I like it. I dig it. So it's doing its thing. We wait on that progress bar, and then I can hit the button. Is that the way it goes? Is it X? Yeah, I was hitting. And just, aha! We might have other problems. Do you see that? As soon as I touch it, it blues out. So we're gonna have to change that port. As soon as I move the cable, we can make it lose connection. If it goes to the side, it loses connection. So let's see. If the cable goes that way, just the slightest bit, it loses. Well, it doesn't always lose connection. You actually have to force it around to get it to lose it. So we're gonna have to change the port. We'll do that tomorrow. We'll just put a new one on there. I didn't do a pin check, but I'm quite certain all the pins are there. Or soldered down, because there was only one loose when we did check them, unless I soldered that one down and loosened the other ones up. I'm guessing any HDMI port where the metal is flexed around it. Let's just look for a second, right? Okay, I got the world's shortest figure 8 cable here going on, so you can see the metal is bent a little bit. Not too bad, not extremely bad, but I wouldn't call that a reliable connection. We want that to go in there and definitely display without issue every time, you know. But then again, you can't expect the console to be beat around and whatnot. But if it's losing connection, I don't call that good. We're going to have to go back and replace that port. Again, I'll just do that tomorrow, though. I got to get home tonight. Yeah. Anyhow, thank you for hanging out, people. I do appreciate it. Flux in the port? No, you think? You think? Flux in the port? All right, here, we'll shut it off and we'll clean the port out quick, all right? Deal. We'll check this. Look. I'm working my gloves to the skin here, people. Come on. Like, what more do I got to do? What more do I got to do? Also, do you see that? Do you see any glitching? It's not the console. It is the capture card. It's a $20 capture card that I bought. So if we hit power, turn off. Tell me flux in the port. Flux in the port. All right, we'll flood that port. All right. As soon as it shuts down, then I got to get my game out. That's the other thing. We'll have to do that once we put the bottom case on. Allegedly, it's shutting off. It's not the fastest thing in the world. This stuff isn't being cooled like it should. That's the other thing. I honestly don't think it's flux in the port. I think we're dealing with loose port. No, man, that port You're talking about flux in this port, this part of the port? Is that what you're proposing, Mr. Chris? I don't know if my scope will go high enough to let this stand on the bench, but we'll really try to get it up there. So we'll take a look at one set of pin. I'm going to drag this out of the way so we can lean it. That side looks good. I think, like, just look at the shape of the port. Just, like, let me stop moving everything. In general, look at the shape of the port. See how it has that bow on the bottom part that's toward my blue thumb. Okay, it's bowed down, and then the other part, I really don't want to go prying on anything, and that's not, honestly, not like a fix that you would do anyhow. But let's try and squeeze that metal just a little. I don't think that is the solution, regardless. And while we're here, let's take a look at the other side. I forgot to do that. Is that a pin that's out of whack? No, man, that port looks good. That port looks good and clean. So does the cable, for that matter. The cable doesn't look bad. There is... Are all HDMI cables like that? That'd be crazy if they are. Yeah, there's the short pin on the one side. So one side has the short pin. It corresponds to, when you plug this in, it would be... Well, let's look now. So inside the male part of the port that plugs in here, there's a short pin that touches this one on this side, on the bottom side of the port. Touches this last pin this way. It's a short pin in there. That's probably what's losing contact or shifting. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. This thing, like I said, I don't want to go prying on it, which is exactly what I'm like considering. Because you know how easy it is to take it and lift a port off the board, like especially right now. Yeah. I just bent my tweezers all crazy trying to do that. I'm going to say that Newport will sort it out just fine. I'm not comfortable with that bow right there. If we can see it. See how it's bent down? Let's try and take a second look. I'm pressing up on it a little bit to actually sink that board in place. So it has a bend on the one side. Top might be bent a little bit too. But Newport, I think, will sort it. So we'll go with it that way. Change the port out tomorrow. I don't think flux is the answer. I just don't. I don't see not a spot of flux anywhere in the port. How can we riddle this real? What's the quickest riddle we can do on this? Just to put this craziness to rest, right? So let's grab our power supply. Right, we'll lift it up. We'll unplug this guy. Yank all those. Grab tweezers. Pull this guy up. And then we have to undo this, the fan, and 2 Phillips screws. I hate ribbon cables. Camera's crooked, don't care. And then we're going to have to piss around with more paste, but yeah, will we? All right, everything. Everything is disconnected. Paste was the only thing holding that. Good seal, bit much, but enough that we can just squeeze it inward. So what I'm saying is the port wiggles, wobbles. We'll do a pin check as well while we're here. Can't hurt, right? Right. Can't hurt to do a pin check. And ideally, I'd just prefer a new port. Like that would be... Let's go ahead and do that quick pin check. And try to do it without getting thermal grease, thermal paste all over our hands. Wrong one. There we go. Now we're capturing the stuff. Alright, so we'll get in here. We know that one's good. He ain't moving for nothing. Nobody. No way, no how. Good. What is that? Solid. Alright, flip our tweezers. Good. We actually got quite a bit on those. Good. Imagine there's a loose one. Huh? Okay, so we're running out of area, so let's turn the tweezers around. We'll attack from this way now. We'll just go back a couple just to be sure. We were at an extreme angle. Good. And we got that one, and then the very last one, the one that was loose, is connected. Yeah, I don't know. I think a port's going to be possibly the answer we're looking for. All right, here's the deal. We'll grab our little blade. We're going to take and pick up the edge, and pick up this edge, and lay it right back in the middle. And that will squash back out with what is left here. We'll pick some of this up. %, going to squash back out, so that'll be okay. Let's throw them back together super quick and just test the wiggle wobble. I still think a new port would be a better answer all around. Oh, I forgot to take that out. Luckily, I didn't break that. Where are you? Come here. Get up there. All right, he's there. Well, oh, yes. I don't know why I put that in. It's going to make it so we could potentially break that. Let me unclip him, flip this, and throw everything here back in place quickly. All right, unbend before you keep kinking yourself and bending and break. Power supply, correct? All right, we're going to see if this makes a difference. Will it? Will it honestly? I wonder. I just don't want to have to keep remembering to grab the power supply. So we'll take and throw one screw in. There he goes. And let's flip him over and check C again. I expect same results. I did flex that port a little bit, but you never know. I mean, maybe that was it. Maybe that was enough. I don't expect any difference. We'll throw it to the capture card because power it up. Bump over to the capture card. Yeah, as soon as I move it, I don't know if there's something broken or what, but literally, like I can flex it enough. That it loses connection. So if I push it one way, and I bring it back, did we lose it all together? We might have lost it all together. Yeah. Nope. There we go. So it went in and out. Where are we at with this? Black screen is no good. Okay. I see. It was telling me something. So if I push the port in, it actually has to come back out some. Is it out or in? Okay, so it's not side to side. It's up and down that it's losing connection. So yeah, new port is going to be, sorry to say it, but new. Well, of course we can't. The hard drive's not in. But new port's going to be the answer. I can't have something go out that just came here to get fixed, and then somebody's like pays for it because they are paying, and then they get it home, plug it in, and the cord's not lined up 100% right. Now, granted, I could try other cords. I could sit here and try cords all night long and possibly find one that doesn't wiggle. But it's not so much side to side, it's up and down that it's having the actual problem. Let's see if this cord here is up and down. I mean, maybe I got a bad cord, but I doubt it. So we're going to lift. Yeah, this has a lot of up and down. Holy shit. Is that my cord? Yeah, oh wow. So this port, this cable's actually broken. Look at this. Look at this thing. I'm surprised that even displayed. Holy shit. That could be very bad. The fact that it goes to my KVM. Does it? Do it? Yeah, no. This cord's done. All right, well, good to know. Let's get it out of the equation. All right, plug this one back in. Even this guy, he's good and solid. So we'll plug him in quick. And when we plug that in, so yeah, Wiggly port. Sorry to say it, man, but I got to change it tomorrow. That's the only course of action. Let me see if I can show you this. So just the littlest bit, and that's why I originally came, was for the, so just little bump. And before we short something out, we're going to oh, they want the USB cable. Before we short something out, we're going to shut it down and just change the port tomorrow. It would have been nice to get lucky with one pin, but the original complaint was that you had to wiggle the cord to get it to connect, Oh, let's hit cancel on that. Restart. So, are you just not going to work? Connect USB storage device contains analytic file for the reinstallation for version 10.7 or later. You can download that. Yeah, we're definitely doing this tomorrow. But anyhow, let me flip back over to chat. Gonna get out of here for the night. It sucks. Not flux in the port. Definitely not flux in the port. Yeah. I would love for it to be flux in the port. We're gonna hold the button in to turn this thing off. And get out of here for the night. Thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. Not a fix, but hey, they can't all be fixes. We just got to revisit it, I think. So it went from working to that. Is that because it had an update? I don't know. I don't like them, but people want them fixed. So anyhow, yeah. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna have to stream tomorrow to finish this thing and get it back to the people. Trying to think. Oh yeah, glue. Did glue dry? We can check that. But I still need to get out of here. So let's see if there's any update. I still have to put that shield in too, so we'll keep that in mind. Did either of them get a bite? That's what I would love to know. Probably not. It's probably going to spin. We're probably going to have to finesse this somehow. Well, one might have held. If that's the case and we can get this up, we can at least get one glued in, then we'll work on the other. But just to show you, the nuisance of, are you spinning? Maybe it held. Nah, that one's loose. I can tell. I can tell. All right, let's lift our hinge. So one screw hole did not hold. I didn't expect it to. The glue was short. That's fine. The other one did hold. So we're going to use glue that holds the one to help hold the other. It's actually still wet on the one, so it may indeed hold at some point. We're going to drop some more glue in now and let it sit for the night. And yeah. Thanks for being here. I do appreciate it, and we'll see you later. Let me end this.